Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is a stream where we write a game automation tool called Automat. I was actually playing some Noita yesterday with Automat. So here is a tiny machine that I am using. What it's doing is that it has this space object here. I can activate this. Whenever I press space anywhere, this object is going to activate and send a signal. So in Automat, you can use those tiny objects that can do a single thing and combine them to do more complex things. Here, when I press space, it turns on the switch object, which in turn starts a timer. And this is a macro made specifically for Noita. When I play this game, this allows me to have a save. This allows me to very quickly swap weapons. Those two buttons are bound to weapon swap. This is button 4, button 5, and then it shoots. So this is how it looks. Yeah. I ran out of mana rather fast, so that doesn't work great, but it depends on the wand. This is it's actually part of Noita. But one thing which is kind of annoying here is that when this macro is active and I am in some other app like this one, when I accidentally press space now, it's going to start clicking. So now it's selecting text in terminal. So I'm looking for a way to control whether a key is being monitored on and off. And we've been looking at this during the last stream. And during the last stream, I was trying to figure out how this problem really, what are the, let's say, elementary events that are happening in the system and how we could represent them visually. And I still don't know the latter part, but after the stream, I was sitting on this and thinking on this problem. And I think I figured out how to do this. So this is going to be done with key. There is no name for this idea, but if there are multiple objects in the system that expose the same interface, like in the case of this button here, there are like two booleans here. One is the monitoring, whether it's monitoring or not, and the second is the state of the space, whether the space is pressed down or not. And I think that if there are two objects that provide the same interface, those two interfaces can be kind of merged. And we will do this by whenever an object, given, for example, this window can track activity of Noita. I can hook this up to Noita. And you can see now it's showing what's happening in Noita. When I do stuff here, I jump, I can basically, from within Automat, see what's happening. Yeah. I pressed space. And everything. So I think it would be nice if I could grab this space here, but instead of starting or stopping monitoring, I would be able to select monitoring from this menu here. And then this monitoring is a boolean, and then I could have two options. I could toggle it, switch it on or off, and I could fuse it. And fusion would allow me to connect it to the activity of this window here. And this window is going to expose an on-off interface now. And when I switch apps, activate or deactivate Noita, this activation of this window is going to send signals elsewhere. pretty much. So this is going to be a complex object that contains everything about a window. It will contain window activation state and window capture, and this is going to be a complex object that can control key presses. Kind of like it. I think this idea of having objects as part of the menu could be used to drastically reduce the number of kind of mouse objects in Automat. There are quite a lot of them. See, there are just 15 different objects just to manage 5 keys. 2 objects to manage mouse scroll, another object to manage mouse position. Automat has a lot of objects for working with mouse, and I think if we have other input methods, now the number of objects is going to keep increasing. So I think it has to be somehow managed, controlled. I think I could have a mouse object and maybe those objects here. Maybe I don't even need to create them as distinct objects on screen. Maybe I could somehow bind events. This is not an event, this is a kind of method. Yeah. It's going to require more thought, but interface binding, this is what we will do today. I guess I'm not being particularly coherent, but I guess once we're done, I think we will do this today. I think this will work. I hope that by the end you will see how this is supposed to work. Having ideas for creating those fields and so on. Yeah, let's see. So I want every object that implements this on-off interface to have a pointer to some kind of tracking structure, which is going to track multiple fused pointers. Let's come up with a new struct. Let's call this fused. The idea here is to have a vector of those on-off interfaces. And I think this fused thingy, it should probably also have a mutex. I know it should be possible to read-write mutexes. Shared mutex. Okay, shared mutex, yes, this is what we want. And this fused thingy, I think it's going to exist for many types. Let's maybe call this fused interface. There's one more way to implement this, which could be interesting. It would be as a base class that wouldn't require templates here. Possibly. Let's see. Okay, terminology. I think we need to come up with a terminology. So this is the interface, but this interface should have a pointer for a shared structure, which can be shared among multiple of those. And whenever a method is invoked here, I think that for each of those methods, which actually are commands, at the end, it should notify other fused interfaces that a command has been called. And I think I can actually implement this. Maybe I will move this out of the header. But for now, I will keep this in the header. Notify turned on. So the idea is that turn on at the end should call this notify turned on. I could also hide those methods, make them protected so that, or private. Maybe protect, so that they will, let's use the C++ functions we have, right? So that it's clearer what is the usage here. And that would be private. This is it's not looking super pretty, I know, but I think if we do it like that, then we will also provide turn on method. That's going to work like that. And I am locking this, then I can iterate over this members array. Let's call this others. Or members. First of all, we will skip the current one. I actually think this could be maybe done like that. Yeah, that's also an interesting option. I think a lot of this logic could be moved out into a base class usable interface. This will be it will not be a template. It will now be just a member. Let's call this control block. And our on-off is going to derive from this class.
Nexify Dev says.
VFS is coming along nicely. I know support opening or fallback init or storage. There is then support for packed binary data packs or loose file data overlays. Internally, the only different is the source type on the manifest, which means all the code beside reading the file from I/O is identical. We can the mount, unmount, add overlays at runtime, etc. File pinning is also supported. Basically need to add async reading and the supporting structure. And I would be happy with the base version.
Nice. What are you using? This is a library, right? What is it used for? Yeah, what is it used for? I need to read my notes.
In the engine, it will fill the role of file system, asset manager, game server. There are a couple of different purposes for it. One is speed over just raw discovery or error handling from trying to arbitrarily reading from disk, as we can pre-handle a lot of that through the file system when we bake the storage. We can also later use this as a way to understand which manifests should be shared with the client, allow devs to locally make changes, and upload overlays for dev environments or requests to merge changes into a packed binary data file, which can be diffed to more efficiently transfer data of C with hashing for validation of old new.
Yeah, I think lots of software has some built-in file systems kind of hidden inside, especially games. Yeah, they totally do this for assets. It's also done in Automat, and I guess every game that has some form of asset management has some sort of like included. Maybe not all of those file systems are browsable, but they definitely are they provide some nice utilities like overlays, like you say.
We can go crazy with allocator nonsense since the file memory is owned by the file system. And lifetime is provided by the usage of the handle returned to the game server. So it can be made extremely fast, easy to use, while adding so much value. I love it.
Yeah, yeah. There is one feature, like for instance in Automat, right? All of the files which are assets are kind of embedded. They are just linked as an extern variables, and if you switch to the generated file, it's massive first, it's huge, because it contains all of those files as, raw bytes. But the contents, it's just a pointer to memory, actually a pair of pointers.
Haha, nice.
Yeah, and you can do crazy stuff with links, overlays, whatever feature you would like the file system to have, you can provide it here. Like, these are powerful, and those file systems, they have some relation to Automat. So, like the first thing, before we even add the thing we are adding to Automat next year is a built-in development environment. But one of the things that it's going to need is a browser for the file system. So Automat is going to have a file system browser built in. This is going to be a cool design. I already have some ideas, and yeah, it's definitely going to expose the built-in file system as well as the external one.
This is the part of game development that I can't live without. I love making these systems that are powerful, but simple and beautiful on the front, working just on content. Or gameplay wouldn't be the same. I'll look forward to seeing you work on it.
Yeah, we'll probably be doing... Our implementation is going to be probably mostly about the visual design of the file system browser, because I think file system itself, I may be ignorant about this, but it seems rather simple to me. You have some function to list the contents, maybe paged function to list the contents. Something like an iterator. Yeah, and for each entry, you can have some properties like name, image, metadata. There will be some theoretical work, but I think it's going to be mostly about the design of this browser.
I think a lot of the complexity is in the details microscope and not so much in the macroscope, but it also depends on what features, etc. you want to support. And the expected usage, they all shape the constraints of a C.
So this is what we are looking for.
I'm not a big file system writer myself. This is really the first one I'm doing, but I've been doing some research to ensure the structure won't come back to bite me later. If I could choose, I would do compilers and networking all day. But alas, there's only so much to do on that front in an engine.
Yeah. Is the engine used for any game?
I implemented our own scripting language with a modern compiler approach. It was sick, but it took too much time off the other system. It isn't really production ready, but we had one guy use our demo game client to create an old RPG client.
For what game was that? I like RPGs that have open or like publicly known protocols where you can have custom clients. I think that's kind of nice. Probably use this form.
That was really cool to see. We only discovered he was using it because we made a change that broke something for him. A silly mistake, but it was awesome to see him use it. I believe it was Dark Age of Camelot.
I recall this name, never played it though. It's an old one. Yeah, it's probably been thoroughly reversed already. I wanted to put something like this here instead of these arcs. Should be placed here. this earlier. Oh no, it needs args.
We use wow assets through an asset converter. So we do zero distribution. It fits well for testing everything as the engine is made with monopedes as the main goal. We then provide a demo client server structure where we long-term want to have wow, like feature systems in place, and then go beyond that both client-wise with rendering, but also functionality on the server side. We've gotten quite far. You can log in, create your character, be in the world, transfer to other maps, basic combat. And recently I added basic navmesh navigation. Now I'm back to filling in some of the core structural systems in the engine.
Nice. I do relate this a lot. I used to work also on an online game like that, released closely to Dark Age of Camelot. I was playing with Ultima Online, and Ultima Online emulation, server emulation, was probably much more mature, because when I came in, there were already like 2 different server implementations, and the protocol was described quite well. Yeah, that's sweet. It's like expanding the base game in this fashion reminds me also a little bit of the Open Morrowind, Open MW.
772 says,
Hello, Nixified FO.
What do I call this function?
Nixified F says,
We try to avoid libraries where we can learn things from implementing things ourselves, but still use libraries for some things. Initially we came from WoW emulation, and so we just wanted to make a server emulator. But then the other guy working on it wanted to explore Vulkan, and I hated the networking in the original client. So we started working on that back in 2018. The current engine vision started late 2021, early 2020. Topped asnin 189,772. Hello there, Oda. For us, the learning, research, and developing from what we have learned is the main goal. But it results in some awesome outcomes.
772 says,
Nixified F, nice. What interests you about compilers? Language design and different models of computation, like object-oriented programming, etc. Or something else.
What is happening here?
Nixified Ev, it seems nice that you have the flexibility to learn while building something. Some roles don't allow that, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's one of the things that makes game dev popular, I guess. There is a lot of learning in game development, even if it's just during regular tasks.
Nixified Ev says,
Asni 189, 772, the idea of taking abstract language syntax and turning it into an executable structure is fascinating to me. On top of that, there is the whole meta understanding of how the compiler. I also love how things work on a deeper level. I want to ensure everything in the pipeline is optimized for compute throughput, memory locality, and maximizing throughput through the CPU cache, etc. A lot to describe in few words, but it is like a drug to me.
"772 says,
Nice.
Such a strange thing. Maybe I will just put this in the argument. Let's try this.
Nixified Ev says,
If it wasn't compilers and networking, it would probably be reverse engineering, but that arguably becomes destructive to me. I end up sitting and doing it for 18 hours a day. Something about it fits perfectly with the way my brain automatically keeps focus. So I try to limit how much of it I do, otherwise I get nothing else done.
No. Okay, I will change this. In this old style.
772 says.
No. Sounds interesting.
Nixified Ev says.
I get an unbelievable dopamine hit from discovering the intention behind a system from the compiled binary. Especially, there is so much beauty in the simplicity and effectiveness of good design. He is choking. Oh no.
Yeah, he's an old person. I'm breaking my own rules. I should not be using templates.
772 says.
Are templates a way to write generic functions and types?
Nixified Ev says.
Correct.
Yeah. And the idea is that
Correct. The
the stuff that I pass in those sharp,
correct.
in those rabbit ears, this is passed at compile time. So the compiler will generate a copy of this function for each template, for each time I call it. And it's going to take advantage of everything it knows at compile time then. So it's going to know what is the offset of the fused. I mean, that would work with regular polymorphism here, but the offset of, I don't know, I actually don't know what it gives here. It's probably not giving much.
772 says.
I have whatever Nixified Ev's TTS is smoking.
Nixified Ev says.
Asnine 189,072 would make everything more interesting, I believe.
Actually, I have a different idea, a different implementation for this. Let's call this command 2. for this L. See, I do it like that. You know, this should be just auto here. Yeah. Okay, so which syntax is better? Will probably produce slightly different code. Okay, time to fire up. this thingy. It's command 1, command 2. Have something with shift. Okay. This is the most recent GCC. We need CLAG. Okay, the first version compiles kind of perfectly. It basically eliminates everything. It basically executes this command, this program at compile time. It's being compiled to just put S. Insane stuff. But just call an extern function so that okay, it cannot link it apparently. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's call printf. And how about the second variant? So the second variant should produce more efficient code. Let's double check this. I mean, it will be the same here. Yeah, it's the same. Maybe. How about now? I don't know. I want to break the inlining here. I want to see how it... No assembly. Now let's see how the call is implemented. Okay, so the length of the call function, this is what we are interested in really. What is happening here? Yaml. Let's call one. Let's also have call two. Turn on two. I actually don't think we need anything here. In main, yeah. So one, or two. Let me compile this as a library. Okay, so this is taking the address of the fuse. This is loading the contents of fuse into RBX, and this is checking whether it's empty. And then, oh yeah, this is just the if. This is selecting the right block of code. So if it's fused, then we will jump to a 74. Maybe here. This is regular forwarding. Moving R14. R14 It's probably the self pointer. That's my guess. Stuff from RDI. Yeah, this is the this. Into AX. This is loading the vtable pointer into AX and calling the function some offset of the vtable. Okay, so this was inlined. This is calling the next instruction. I don't know those tricks. It's calling itself again. And calling this again. So calling is really pushing stuff on stack. I don't see it being removed. Maybe it's removed here. All two looks slightly better. Jumping to 74. I need to do the math. Yes, maybe here. I wonder what is this trick, this kind of epilogue. It was very, very weird. Maybe it just needs to put some stuff on the stack, some garbage. That is weird. Why does the function doesn't end in red? There is some magic happening here which I don't understand. I will simplify this a little. This is really what I'm interested in, just this bit. Like they are absolutely equivalent. So the first variant is shorter. It has this messy signature here. I think this one will be better. It's more flexible, I can do fancier stuff here. Okay, this is how I will do it. So goodbye to this. We are using the new auto lambda.
Says,
Hey, what's that tool you were using in your browser a moment ago?
So this is the Compiler Explorer, a must-have kind of tool for inspecting how your code is going to be optimized in the end. So here I can write a small program, and I can select what compiler I want to compile it with, and with what command flags. And it's going to show me how the resulting assembly is going to look like. So the main function, this function which just returns 0, is going to compile to just 2 instructions. And those call1, call2 functions, which use slightly different implementations, they will compile to those 2 pieces of machine code. And in this particular case, I am kind of amazed that the compiler was able to do so much. Because when I was calling this from here, I was doing call1 new input, something like that. In the main function, it doesn't even call those functions. It doesn't even go to call1. The compiler kind of evaluated this locally, so it created sort of like a virtual instance of this implementation here. It knows that it should print. It went through basically everything and executed all of the program at compile time, and it just left a single function to print a string. And it's not even calling printf, because it noticed that, hey, I'm not using any formatting, so it replaced printf with another simpler function, which just copies over a string to the standard output. So if I had something like %d, now it would call printf. Oh yeah, now it's much more complex. But this is because it's calling printf, essentially. Now we have distractors and everything. Wow. And the main function is slightly more complex now. It has to call the new function and so on.
Cool seems useful for code optimization.
Yeah. And the code optimization is... it's kind of like playing Dark Souls, because you... most of the time it works fine, but then you just get random heavy hit that kills you, and optimization is also like that. when I've changed this printf to also print this pointer, suddenly, it broke all like 90% of the optimization here. Now it's like more than a kilobyte, this whole program. The moment I remove this, it's 2 instructions, like 2 instructions, 6 instructions. Yeah, and this is because of side effects. Side effects are a big thing. The compiler cannot reason about them, so whenever a code invokes side effects, it tends to... And allocation of memory is a side effect because the operating system does memory... Not operating system, the C library does memory allocation. And the C++ compiler cannot really predict what is going to be address of this pointer. Anyway.
CP Chica says.
Hello?
Hey, should be called forward do, and we also have forward notify. Let me proofread this. Some objects within Automat may provide interfaces that can be fused. A fuse interface equals several objects that force some interface to act as one. Usable interface should be subclassed as a specific abstract interface before it's used by objects within Automat. For each method, a specific abstract interface should provide a protected virtual entry point whose name starts with 1. It's intended to be overridden by a concrete implementation. In addition to that, it should also provide 2 non-virtual ways to call the method. Command that should follow verb-like names like turn on increment. A do prefix may be used if a good verb is not available. This method should use the forward do helper to forward the call to all fused interface implementations. As a notification, this method should start with notify. Use the forward notify helper. Okay. So this is kind of like a basic, almost like a data flow of usable interfaces. Yeah, they implement some sort of basic data flow. And that will be protected from now on. This will break compilation. Okay. Now time to compile Automat, see if it breaks, and it will break. I just need to move some functions into private or protected scope. Oh yeah, control block should be derived from oh yeah, this is going to be cool, because this will allow, yeah, timeline, for instance, is going to be able to turn on and off, like activate window, like whatever, everything that can be controlled as a boolean now. Building? How? How is it building? No right to work. But okay. But okay. Okay, I think I need more comments. Turn on never can be called directly. So this, you know, here it can. Or not. Okay, this is actually an exception. I think in this case it is justified. And this is actually acceptable. Okay, the distractors of this interface should kind of remove it from the fused set. Okay, we haven't implemented actually the fusion when two of those on-off objects kind of connect together. Yeah. We'll do this in a second. Okay, let's come to our key presser. It's on of field. We are not going to use this anymore. Field HH and field CC can be deleted.
XXN says,
Is this C?
This is C++. It's like C with some insanity injected. In C, you typically have like one way to do something, or maybe two ways. You can usually just decompose your problem as a set of functions, and maybe you can play with macros. And in C++, you have like at least 7 ways to do this. So, and you can use all of them at the same time. So that's what this is what makes it fun.
C with bloat low.
I wouldn't say with bloat. The compiler can actually produce slightly more efficient code usually than in C, because there is more type information at compile time. That's the point with templates, right? You can have some crazy compile time computation going on in C++. That's very, very hard or just impossible in C usually. Ah yeah, that should be on off. Maybe that should be derived from some field type, actually. Let me bring back the field interface. My keyboard is dying. Mechanical keyboards have these... they show signs of old age when when pressing a key causes it to press twice, like multiple times. They usually have problems with bouncing. It's possible to rejuvenate them using some tools, but it's a lot of work. Do we prefer char pointers or do we prefer string view? I don't know. How is the name implemented here? String view. Okay. Now our key presser, where was this? Monitoring. And it should be const.
TTS-ed says,
I was waiting for you to stream yesterday.
I am streaming on odd days of the week, so Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's not like I'm not working on Automat in the meantime, but in the meantime, I'm actually testing Automat, so I'm actually playing games with it to see what's kind of missing. And I'm not particularly good at, some games like Noita, so if I get good, maybe I will stream this.
I released a song yesterday too, but only now you can view it.
Nice. Can you send the link? This monitoring thingy.
URL.
Sure.
Why does it show monitoring? How can this work?
Yesterday, I woke up at 3 a.m. I stayed up for around 21 hours.
And that's something.
Two coffees and one energy drink.
For me, the opposite is an achievement. If I can sleep for like at least 8 hours, I think that was a success. I feel like this is not being displayed.
Today, I woke up at a very reasonable time. 9 a.m. or something.
Speaking of C++ insanity, this is an insane feature. So this is something that in C you would do as offset off. Just a number. In C it's just a number. It's a number of bytes from start of the object to some field. In C++ there is a specific type for this, which I don't think it helps with anything. Maybe it helps compiler with some type inference. But this is how you use pointers to field members. Very weird syntax. says visiting field monitoring, but it's not showing the menu option. Yeah, I'm not calling visitor. Ah. Yeah, now we have this monitoring field, which when I activate, nothing is going to happen. Didn't implement anything. Basically, for each field inside an object, we will add a many option. So in key presser, right now we have this start monitoring, stop monitoring. We will get rid of this. Should I just delete it right away? Yeah, this on turn on. This is what should start. I can do this trick that I showed last time.
LG installing Copilot into TVs now.
Well, I think that would be nice if people had like local control over those models when they are connecting to some of cloud controllers. This is kind of getting dystopian.
There is nothing more secure than shouting your passwords to your AI PCOS. It is getting too dystopian.
Yeah.
What we need to do is get PS2, catalog of games, and move to the cabin in the woods.
Yeah. Like go to a monastery, like monastery for, but without all of the aesthetics nonsense. Just, you know, place for playing games.
GamingMonastery.co.
Okay, so what I will do here is I will first do
Also, there is this Vampire Survivors clone that was VIP coded on Steam.
nice. And this is why I like AI. It allows people who couldn't make games to make games.
AI is a tool.
And just some sanity check so that nothing crazy happens. Oh yeah, I had the implementation here.
AI for medicine development is good. AI for generating slop or moderating YouTube with banning privileges is bad.
You cannot ban on YouTube. It's not possible. Just FYI, I was looking into this, and YouTube doesn't have a function for banning people on chat. Yeah, just a piece of trivia. There is even a law about this, what you're talking. It's part of GDPR. It's kind of forbidden for automated systems to profile people and to make decisions about, without giving the information about this to the people who are being affected. Yeah, another piece of trivia. This method is cheating. It's taking the const, and through the magic of reinterpret cast, it's getting rid of it. Nice. Okay, I wanted to get rid of this menu option, and I think now I can. Visit
I was
options.
using Google AI for asking about games, and I said that I would give it 2 games that I found immersive, and its job is to figure out what other games with combined qualities I would like. I said that, and without even providing 2 games, the AI said, "You liked Cyberpunk and Elden Ring. Really did jump the shark."
Nice.
AI deciding what you like before you do.
Was it wrong though? Maybe it actually has some kind of, notes about you. Maybe it knows more about you than you realize. Now I can right-click this, and there is this monitoring section, which is doing nothing still, not for long.
He was wrong, because games I did say were Hollow Knight and Tears of the Kingdom.
Now I am in a pretty uncharted lands. I need to figure out how this will work. So this field...
If it got it right, I would be concerned and paranoia would be justified, but it wasn't. It was just funny jumping the shark moment. AI must be American. Only Americans are that confident when they are wrong. X-type.
I know some people who could be American, if that's the case. Like there is some similarity here in these visit options and this field option.
They have so little knowledge about the subject, yet talk so confidently.
Is this on off? I think something similar should be part of.
Veritasium did a video about why people are so confident when they are wrong.
Yeah, I think it's called confabulation. If you're probing your memory for something, your memory will try to provide you with some information there. Some people are not good at distinguishing these confabulations from reality. Probably gets harder, depending on how well you remember something and how much you try. Yeah, it's interesting how this mechanism works. I guess it could reveal something about human psychology.
Memory is very unreliable. Some memories that you have feel more like dreams than what actually happened.
Yeah. Looking at this, and I'm thinking that
That's why witness testimony is not good.
I feel like there could be a new type that could maybe we need a new file. Let's call this interfaces. HH. And this interfaces HH is going to be based on a bunch of files from older times. Let's use the old copyright. I feel like there could be an object that
I saw this short from Dr. Ben, I think. There is this thing that goes on the skull. And because neurons get injected with this thing that can receive photons, you can basically beams into specific regions of brain. Basically, if you get trained on it, you could get beamed instructions on how to put this IKEA table that you bought.
That's nice. That's a very interesting way to control neurons. It's probably very, it's probably not particularly accurate, right? Because it will activate like all neurons that have this chemical, right?
Not invasive.
Okay, so on-off is now a fusible interface, and I want to add a new class. This new class is going to be meant for things that can provide interfaces. Fields are one of them, and objects are the second one.
URL.
This is the short in question.
Yeah. Let's check this out. Although I'm not sure if YouTube is going to cooperate, because I'm using an ad blocker, and recently...
Scientists just created a way to upload information straight into the brain.
Let's go.
For decades, scientists have grappled with the challenge of delivering precise neural stimulation as a means of enhancing or rehabilitating brain regions. Traditional methods rely on cumbersome electrodes and invasive procedures, limiting their practical applications because no one really wants those unsightly matrix connection ports. So researchers at Northwestern University set out to build a device that could deliver signals straight into the brain without piercing the skull. They built a wireless device 26mm in length with 64 micro LEDs, each the width of a human hair, that was adhered to the skull. The device projects red light which can pass through bone and biological tissue, but usually neurons aren't sensitive to light, so the team used a viral vector to inject DNA into the neurons to make them produce chromatin R, a light-responsive protein called an opsin usually found in microbial life. Now by sending flashes of light, they were able to activate specific areas of neurons in the cortical region within the brain. To evaluate the system, they trained a population of mice to associate certain flashes to certain locations where they could find a reward. One series of 4 flashes essentially meant go left, while another series meant go right. Over the course of the experiment, when they heard, saw, or felt these specific sequences, they reliably navigated to the appropriate port to receive the reward. Basically telepathy with some additional microelectronics. This hints at future brain-machine interfaces that can restore sensation, deliver feedback to prosthetics, or even one day stream entirely new kinds of experiences.
I know Kung Fu.
If you like science that does light work on the brain, follow for more.
Nice. Really cool. And the light can be, I guess, they use micro LEDs. I'm actually not sure how they control the activity, because with light, the light propagates in all directions, right? Or in a line if it's collimated. But to control light direction, you need some clever optics, usually.
Cyberpunk streams straight into your head.
Yeah. I guess there are some medical devices that can shoot laser. I don't know how they do this, but they can do operations without using scalpels, without opening the skin. And I guess they need to use some kind of... I actually have no idea how they do this. No clue. I know it exists. I know a surgeon, and he said that they are doing some operations like that without even opening, without even cutting through the skin. Okay. Interface provider. It's going to be something like this. This on off. Going to be part of this thing.
I think they inject the targeted area that absorbs it, and then they blast it so the laser passes through everything but the targeted area that absorbs it, heats up and gets destroyed.
TP Chica says,
What did I walk into?
Scientists just created a way to upload information straight into the brain.
Let's go.
For decades, scientists
Using
have grappled with
light.
the challenge of delivering precise neural stimulation as a means of enhancing or rehabilitating brain regions. Traditional methods rely on cumbersome electrodes and invasive procedures, limiting their practical applications because no one really wants those unsightly matrix connection ports. So researchers at Northwestern University set out to build a device that could deliver signals straight into the brain without piercing the skull. They built a wireless device 26mm in length with 64 micro LEDs, each the width of a human hair, that was adhered to the skull. The device...
Yeah, you see where it's going.
Nexus says,
Interesting technology.
I'm getting rid of this on-off HH. We are now using interfaces. Okay, this is even looking good. Okay, I will just keep on-off in this category, or maybe runnable will be next. But I think the more interfaces we add here, the better. And the field, I have this field header. It's not used here, so I can include. It's going to inherit from interface provider. Each field can provide interfaces.
The problem that I see with this is how do you make that two-way connection? Because at TM it's just getting beamed to your brain. But how does your brain give feedback to the chip so you can change what's being beamed?
We just need to miniaturize MRI machines, so that they can be, wearable. We need a wearable MRI.
Portable magnets with Onedesla.
Yep. You don't really need to use the nuclear kind of signals for this. It can be done with something like X-rays, like just continuous X-ray machine.
Math trying to create Magneto here.
And there is one very portable source of nuclear radiation that doesn't require magnets, and this is the radioactive atoms, like radioactive materials by themselves. They can emit this. Okay, maybe you need to. MRI works different. Doesn't work with MRI. Okay, we have these new interface provider now. And every field is an interface provider, and every object is an interface provider. And that means we can treat them in the same way. So when we open a menu in the object,
X-Men are real, and we call them cyborgs.
I don't think we need this at this point. I think here I could grab the field.
Also, my link for the song is way up there now.
Dumb Guy Code says.
Man, what idea is this?
Those Nexus, can you send the link again? And the ID, this is Z. Yeah. It's nice. One thing I'm really missing from VS Code is the ability to customize the interface. In VS Code and in Cursor and all of the VS Code derivatives, you have so much customization. I miss the explosions, I miss the backgrounds, I miss the textures everywhere.
The X-Nexus says URL.
If we pause this music then. This is the next one. Nice, it has a very cool kind of mechanical feel to it, and it doesn't use the... It feels like it doesn't use the bass frequency. There is this beat. I feel that there are some songs that have this like heavy, like wah wah, very heavy bass. Maybe I'm listening to a lot of Infected Mushroom, but this is different than Infected Mushroom. Infected Mushroom is very organic, and this is, in a nice way, kind of technical, mechanical. Nice. Cool one.
Oh, thank you.
I feel this song could be kind of pimped out somehow, but I'm not... I even lack the words to describe what I mean. Yeah. Somebody who's an expert in music would probably help here. What I mean, it's good, and there is potential for more. I haven't actually heard this. It has something unique about this track. It's something characteristic that's not present in most songs. Okay, there is open menu function. Stuff that we're doing with the menu system is definitely going to lead us to an interesting place. Okay, we'll just implement this as a one-off here. Not everything has to be general. Right now it should already be opening submenu without any options now. We have empty menu now. Okay, this turn on option. First of all, it needs to have a pointer to object, obviously. And a pointer to the on-off. Okay, so if we can... See, we have special types for this. They are called nested pointers. Constructor needs a weak pointer, so let's give it a weak pointer, weak, and on off.
Are you looking forward to Lords of the Fallen too? Hopefully by now they have learned what makes a good game.
I think I haven't played the first one. The guy looks like the guy from God of War. What's the issue? Parenthesis mismatch? No.
This old track seems like it does have cool potential.
Do I have move? Let's undo that. I don't want to call this constructor. I don't want to call the default. I don't want to call the move constructor. Oh yeah, that was the issue.
CP Chica says,
We maybe need just a slight amount of AI in compilers to detect typos.
Yeah, this would be helpful. I think this is where the language model would scream that there is a mistake. Because when it runs over the text and when it has very high confidence that some token should come next, and this would be extremely high confidence, and a different token comes, this could be used to highlight problematic areas. Oh well. if we ever add a code editor to Automat, we will totally do this. We will have a language model that will detect errors. Okay, this S on off, this is where we are not doing anything, so that's what I need to fix. Field, actually not any field, this field in this. Not a const. Okay. This did not work. Turn off. Turn off. Nice thing is that I can at least press space. Yeah, this is never called. I think I know why. It has to be the same place. Yep. Is there any more on here? No, okay. There should be a template for this, really. Start monitoring, it is monitoring, and I can stop it as well. Cool. Okay, that was half the work. Now I want to bind this property to another object, which also provides it.
TTS-ed says,
God damn. I opened old song and literally 20 different samples, all unorganized. That's a cool effect.
Yeah, it's I like playing with this. Maybe I'm doing this too much. It's like I can kind of shape this tunnel that's going towards infinity.
I am surprised your PC isn't on fire.
Oh, it's just a texture, this thing. It's actually meant to be used for game capture. So I should do this. And now I should be able to have Noita being used by other automat objects. Okay, I need to do some thinking now. So I can open this menu where I can activate a key presser, but instead of activating this, I want to connect this field to this object. This object doesn't expose the on-off interface, so this is the first thing we should do. And I think would probably expose this property as a field, the same as here. So there will be active property here. But when I do this, how do I show the connection? Let's maybe draw a couple ideas. Here I have a bunch of nodes that are unnecessary because this is all solved now. Delete them. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm deleting everything. Let's just draw a window. And somewhere nearby there is a key presser, and the key presser is a strange little thingy. It's a triangle. This is our key presser. And that key presser by itself is an on-off object that can be controlled. But it has a field called monitoring. And that field, hexagon is good for fields. So both of them, they provide on-off interface, and the window provides on-off interface. So it could be provided as a separate property, like active. maybe, let's say this is an on-off. This is an on-off interface, and this is an on-off interface. Right now in the UI we only see window and the key presser as distinct objects. The way to access those properties is only through the menu. We even don't have this active property yet, we only have monitoring. So to list those options, option 1, a connection between key presser and the window, and on the connection we can put information that which property of this object is being accessed. Option 2 is to roll out a separate object that will represent a property. If this is implemented as a separate property, it will be like here. If it's implemented as part of the window, it will be here. I think there are more properties for the window, more Boolean properties. I think this should probably be a separate property.
Nexify Dev says,
Been helping the fiancée with Rang for her econometrics. The level they teach at the master's program is quite underwhelming.
R is the MATLAB's language, right? Or no, this is like an open source scientific language, if I remember correctly. I used to use this at university, I remember.
A whole bachelor, almost done with
Yeah.
masters, still have no clue what a class is dead.
I don't think you use classes in scientific computing. This is where you use NumPy and just arrays of arrays of numbers, essentially.
They have them, but to be fair, the base ones are quite bad. I found a good package for her to get started with that introduces somewhat acceptable classes to get her a bit more comfortable with it. The amount of repeat code is unreal.
Yeah. But you only need classes if you have repeated data. If the code is repeated, this is when you just need functions.
I included data without saying so in the human. Repeat code statement. I could have clarified that better. I'm also teaching her about standalone functions. They didn't teach those either.
I feel like fields.
Obviously, she doesn't need to be a full-blown programmer. But I think it would be good for her to know a few more basics, to make the experience better and feel more natural.
So those old software packages like are, they probably have some good books written about them. But really, I think R is probably like an obsolete language by now. I think Python took over pretty much. The use cases where R was the dominant technique. I don't know, can R do like symbolic transformations on equations?
They still use it here, apparently.
CP Chica says.
My fiancée decided to waste her time by writing code in Java.
There are some nice things about Java that many current systems still don't have. Like the hot reloading, reflection, and it's way faster than Python. Python can do the same things, but Java it's competitive with compiled languages. And in principle, it could even be faster. It's just in practice, it's not.
Nexifidev says.
Imagine if we could take the very best from every language, Filzama Jingman.
Yeah. I think that was the idea with C++. It has a little bit of everything.
What did you say the replacement language for RAN was?
That was Python with some scientific packages. Like you can get Anaconda. This one is popular, I guess. It's actually for Python and R. So it combines both. They probably have a handbook somewhere here.
Kinda makes sense. R and their entire studio thing feels so ancient. Can imagine Python would feel a lot nicer and more modern art.
There is also this. I don't remember. What was the name for this product? Plans? Other plans? Yeah. Google is also hosting a Python environment. I guess this is it. Collab, yeah, that was the name, Collab. Yeah, those are hosted Jupyter notebooks and they run in data centers, which this is actually a very good introduction, yeah. And because they run in a data center, you can easily access TPUs. So this is how a regular person can run code on tensor processing units. This is just a Python shell that you get here. And if you use PyTorch or TensorFlow on the shell, it's going to run on a TPU.
CP Chica says.
But can I mine crypto?
You can, and that was actually a big problem. That was a problem even when I used to work there, because they actually offer quite a lot of free compute just for anybody. The main defense is that you have an account and you have per account limits. I don't know what they are.
Nixify Dev says.
That's cool. Nee, maar TNC's.
Collab. Collab, that was the name. Oh yeah, and that was actually a Collab interface. You can add a new code cell and do some funny math. Control R to evaluate it. And see it fail. Yeah, so this is 2 to the power 10,000. So if I remember correctly, I have some mechanisms inside Automat. Specify arguments. Arguments are not fields. Arguments have a pointer to a field. Where are the connections stored? Crazy, I don't know where I store connections. Huh. What's the connection widget? Here in location. Oh no.
Dice Nexus says,
Question. It is morally right to publish a song that a game dev commissioned but literally haven't talked to me in years and didn't even pay for me. As it was, we split after game releases type deal. After I made it and got squawked.
My brother was actually in exactly this situation recently, but the person who was doing the music for him, she actually asked him. She even asked him for assets to actually to put the song on Spotify nicely. If you signed any contract, then the contract should probably clarify this.
It was a verbal contract.
So typically when you commission work, you kind of transfer the, I don't know what's the English term for this, but there is this category of rights to benefit kind of economically from work, and they are typically transferred to the buyer. So if that was the case, then no, you cannot.
License?
I think the English term is actually copyright. I think the copyright is the. It sounds like the accurate translation. I don't know if it is.
But
Which is literally the.
didn't even happen as I got nothing in return.
Oh yeah, then then the contract is probably not valid.
Just a promise of split revenue. Contract is void.
Yeah, if there was no transfer of cash between you and him, then it's hard to say there was any contract. It wasn't barter, he didn't give you anything else in return, right? I'm not a lawyer, I'm just... I know some basic kind of... from the point of a contractor, how this looks.
No, I didn't get anything, just work.
Yeah, you can probably publish this. Don't quote me in the court, though. I have a third idea here. Option 3.
In the description of the song, Math told me it was okay.
Great, great. Thank you.
I laughed so hard I got lightheaded.
So I could implement this as a separate object because it's already reference counted. It has a mutex. It has a list of pointers to other objects. Oh. So we made a step closer to the solution. It's not quite there yet. I think it would be nice to think what happens if there are many, many more objects like that, which have the same thing. For instance, I could have like 3 different key pressers, right? And each of them can have a monitoring property. So there needs to be this control block. in between. There's pointers to them, vice versa, and they also have pointers. How that would look. Say I have processors for WA S D. This. I see some glitches. Anyway. Each of them is going to have a separate now I have this cable sitting here. Should get rid of them. Of those has a field, and all those fields have a shared control block. The important thing is that they also have a local on-off interface, and that local interface should not be part of this control block, because I could connect it, kind of. The interface really connects here.
I spent 2 hours and 47 minutes in absolute total making that song, Dynamite.
Wow,
The one that I released.
that's kind of impressive.
I am efficient, I suppose.
Let's try to brainstorm with Gemini. I wonder how can I visualize a connection in a hypergraph. So this is a hypergraph. A single connection has multiple ends, more than two.
CP Chica says,
Have you seen new self-hosted runner pricing for GitHub?
It's just rage bait. Nobody's going to charge for self-hosting. Okay. This was my first idea as well. It would produce, this is why this is a star, like a star-shaped kind of connections, like between all of those objects. There would be a single entity that kind of has tentacles that spread each of the synchronized objects.
Nixify Dev says,
They walked that back.
Not quite true. They didn't even announce this. That was an internal leak about something they've been considering. It wasn't the official pricing, right? It's just the news they like to... Ragebait sells more clicks.
It was on their GitHub post. They wrote about self-running pricing. No, wow.
Let me check. Maybe they did. Okay, 2 days ago. Oh, they actually did announce that. Okay.
TP Chica says,
Woodpecker City and Blacksmith is what we are running in my company for like last 2 years.
Yeah, I think I will completely switch to just systemd. The systemd timers. Systemd timers are great replacement for this. Timers and triggers. They are super self-hosted and very reliable. So they actually tried that. This is kind of crazy. Wow.
Nixify Dev says.
Very crazy.
It's kind of like, it reminds me of Unity. They did something similar a couple of years ago. I think they announced that they want to take some kind of hash from every game that's made with Unity. I don't remember details.
TP Chica says.
I guess they were spawning one runner for monitoring on their Azure pipelines just to communicate with self-hosted runners.
Nixify Dev says.
Yeah, quickly walked that back as well.
What else do we have? How would I use... I would use the edges as a second category of vertices here, I guess. Oh yeah.
TP Chica says.
Oh yeah. If you need Linux ARM64 builds, I am willing to contribute my Raspberry Pi 5 for a monthly build.
Nice. That could be the case. So I will take your word on this when the time comes, when we have an ARM build. Yeah, but really, GitHub runners are just a convenience. I'm actually surprised that they have so much free quota, because I was using GitHub Actions a lot. And they kind of require a VM to be spun up. So this is something that normally costs money. It was very weird that they offered it for free. It seems it was...
Finishes, it's time for next build.
Yeah. I guess the stuff that GitHub did was bait and switch, like they offered something for free initially, only to charge for it later. I don't know. Was it the cost? Was it high enough to actually be significant? Or was it like a couple cents per month? You see.
Nixify Dev says.
We run everything self-hosted through GitHub Actions. Type by...
TP Chica says.
Travis Cherry is losing money on GitHub Actions more than GitHub.
Okay, so that much per minute. Too many zeros. So 12 cents per hour. Almost $3 per day. Wow. So if you have a runner that runs constantly, that would cost you about $80 per month. Self-hosted. single self-hosted runner. Insane.
Nixify Dev says.
Worth noting, the self-running pricing was for non-public repos, only initially before they took it back.
CP Chica says.
For $80 a month, I can have 16-node RP5 compute cluster.
The same is with renting GPUs. I remember when renting GPUs was priced so high that a month of GPU for rent was enough to actually buy the GPU. It was like several times over the price of the GPU. It improved a little bit. So now it's probably... But it's still in the ballpark of a GPU price.
Or even better for a mini PC, ARP5, node compute cluster, correction 44.
Okay, this is nice. A hypergraph can be drawn as a table. Fair, but it uses a lot of space. Metro lines is a nice idea. Because with a metro line system, those would be connected in a cross and there would be an edge going here. Like there should be a separate object for this control block. Okay, I think I will just do it. I will introduce it. So the idea is that maybe I will introduce this later. I will leave this as a to-do. I just want to figure out how the UI should work. Let's go step by step. Let's say there is a new option called sync option. So from the UI, I want to grab this, select monitoring, sync, and to be able to drag this onto another object that can be synchronized. This should be kind of like dragging a connection. I see no sync here. Where is my sync? I haven't called the visitor, obviously. Okay, name. Oh. What? Monitoring, turn on, turn off, what? Oh yeah, should be sync. Yeah. Yeah, now we have this option. So when I have a bunch of objects, like those, I will be able to select their monitoring and sync it to an external Boolean thingy.
Dirk's Nexus says,
Stupid splice. Stupid serum. I accidentally overwritten preset name. Because all you need to do is just press tab. Windows previous version function is useless and splice. Place where you get the preset from logs you constantly out. So to get the preset from logs, you constant. Correct name. Again, you need to re-log in.
I am lost. I'm lost. I sense rage though. I sense rage against the machine.
And when you do log back in, you can't even copy the preset name, so you have to inspect the element.
Okay, I need to create a new action. So this sync action will inherit from action. What can I do here? Okay, I need to grab some food, so I will do that, and when I come back we will implement this action that can be used to connect objects. I think when this is done, I think I should be able to remove the observable objects pretty much. Okay, so I'll be right back in. Be right back. I'll be back in. I don't know. I'll give myself 21 minutes. Okay, I am back. And I have coffee. And that means I don't have 2 free hands, so I cannot code. Instead, we will watch a video. I actually downloaded a video before the stream. My YouTube is blocked because I'm using AdBlock, but I can still download the videos. And it's... I guess it's a cool one. I haven't watched it yet. It was posted on the Feeling of Computing forum. We will play better coding tools.
Welcome back to these short talks on improving our programming tools.
YouTube experiencing issues. Yes, because of you, YouTube.
To today's topic, static versus dynamic typing, and how we can resolve a false dilemma. I'll briefly explain static and dynamic for those of you who need it.
There is... it's actually a funny thing. The languages typically are divided into static and dynamic languages, depending on whether you have types present at runtime. And the thing is, there is no really... Okay, maybe C++ or like... Actually, most static languages have some backdoor to leave the type information at runtime. But when you have an object system, a static object system, you only have to implement the kind of dynamic dispatch, the selection of the right methods in the compiler. At runtime, everything just runs. If you have dynamic, you have to implement this in the execution environment at runtime. So the program which receives a message or a control flow at some methods, it has to select what function to call. It needs to have some vtable, table of pointers, functions. And it doesn't have to be like that. A language can implement both. You can have a language which is fully statically typed, but which still has a gateway with dynamic information. Arguably, C++ is this kind of language. But yeah, some of the things like Python or TypeScript, they could probably exploit. Well, actually, TypeScript is also from this category. It's from both, kind of.
Nixify Dev says,
Luau sort of does that for Lua. They allow you to have type information present at compile time, but also infer it at runtime.
Yeah. And there are a couple optimizations which this enables. The biggest one, so the small one that most people will point to, is that you can inline, you don't need vtables, right? You can just jump to the right procedure immediately. But the thing that comes after that, inlining, this is the bigger one. Because if you can improve the locality of code, this is what actually helps with the cache. Like when processor needs to fetch the memory, this is where it needs, where it's the slowest. It's not usually the execution, it's the memory. And fetching instructions, if you can improve the locality of code, this helps a lot. There's probably plenty of more optimizations that compiler with static information can do. I'm not an expert in this. Let's...
Minder. Then we'll discuss the pros and cons of both styles. And towards the end, I'll show my prototype, which tries to give us the best of both worlds when it comes to error handling and a fast iterative workflow. The prototype has some pretty unique features. For example, you can choose any line and start running the program from that line forward. Some background. Historically, dynamic typing often went hand in hand with interpreted programming languages, and static typing went more hand in hand with compiled languages. But that's a generalization. There's a lot of details and nuance that I'm glossing over here.
It's a very good visualization
I can recommend
because it shows a spectrum.
The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Dynamic Typing for Practical Programs. Robert Smallshire explores the disconnect between the dire outcomes predicted by advocates of static typing versus the near absence of type errors in real-world systems built with dynamic languages. So, as that talk description hints at, there's an age-old debate here about which type of language is best. People tend to have some pretty strong opinions about it. There's definitely very...
So honestly, in terms of type errors, I actually remember, yes, this was an argument. It's easier to make a type error in a dynamic language. I mean, pass, I don't know, list of tuples instead of tuple of lists. Or list of pairs instead of a pair of lists. Very subtle things like that. They can happen, but usually, conventions, when you're programming, what shape of data to expect. In practice, yeah, they don't happen.
real pros and cons on both sides.
Strong opinions? No, that couldn't be programmers.
Not long ago, in static languages, you always needed the full type written everywhere, like concurrent dictionary, vector2, tuple, float, string. That was tedious to read and write, even with autocomplete. Nowadays in C# you can often just write var, so it's less repetitive and looks more like JavaScript. On the other hand, TypeScript is like JavaScript but with optional types, and Python now supports type hints as well. It feels like languages are gradually approaching each other. I think this convergence is good, and I have some ideas for further convergence in the area of error handling. We will look at an example of errors in two languages. Here is Visual Studio Code with some simple JavaScript. If true, we print hello world, else we have a planet variable here, which in this case is Mars. Then we print hello planet. Oh,
This level of white mode is
because JavaScript
illegal.
doesn't do any checking of the whole program. If I press play, we see the output hello world. So we executed the true branch, and we never got to the else branch. Now, if I change so that we'll execute the other branch, what happens? Now,
CP Chica says,
My solution for FDF platform.
this is
URL.
It happened when we reached that line, when we reached that misspelled variable, the error trigger. Whereas if we didn't reach it, it wasn't a problem. That's typical for Python, JavaScript, and this family of languages that have very flexible, dynamic typing. For
I'll check this
context,
later.
let's look at C#, which will represent the static language family. Same program, same spelling mistake. If I try to run this code, I can't, because there's an error. The name planet does not exist in the current context. So C# and other languages like it refuse to compile due to an undefined value.
Oh yeah, and there is another layer of staticness and dynamicness between those languages. Dynamic languages don't even compile the code which is not being executed. Yeah, it's kind of just in time. But I think this is kind of orthogonal to the typing information, whether the code is fully compiled or not.
Variable, even in a branch that's never taken. There is some nuance here, because it's not like C# where you catch every conceivable error at compile time. That's impossible. It just catches some of them. An example of something that it doesn't catch at compile time would be index out of bounds in an array. Index out of range exception. So it compiled successfully, it started to run and printed hello who, but then crashed at runtime. And on the other hand, even in dynamic languages,
Nixified F says,
Templatus kinda, emulators this in static languages. Although some compilers do try to validate the template, even if no instantiation of it was made.
hello who. But that's not what happens. It
Yeah.
doesn't print anything.
Yeah, I know what you
So
mean.
that's a parse error or syntax error.
With templates, the syntax error would still happen, but some kind of lots of logic errors would not.
Now let's think of the pros and cons with both styles. in a more realistic example. Imagine that we're developing a new feature within a large existing codebase. Maybe drawing a planet in ASCII art. There's already a draw circle function, but it's missing some features. We can reuse it if we improve it. Add support for outline versus fill character. But as we add parameters to the function, we're breaking all the existing call sites. But we don't care about that right now. We'll fix that later. In dynamic languages, that's totally fine. They allow us to focus on our new feature and
This is a
without
trap.
fixing unrelated
No, you have to update them when you change the name of the... When you change the signature, you have to update all invocations,
lines until we're happy with it.
especially in dynamic languages.
In static languages, that's not fine. The compiler won't let us run broken code. We're forced to fix all the call sites before we can test our changes, every time. That slows down our experimentation. We'll probably waste time fixing errors caused by experiments that don't end up surviving in the end. But then comes the twist. When it's time to finalize and wrap up our change, we want to fix everything we broke. Unfortunately, dynamic languages aren't going to help us find what's broken. So we'll need unit testing or manual testing and just hope and pray that we find everything.
Yeah, and find and
On the other
rename.
hand, that's where static languages shine. They won't stay silent. We can refactor with confidence because the compiler will yell at us and help us find all the things we broke.
Yes.
So
This experimentation when you write code is... I see the point. It is very important. This one language which is doing something terrible. I love the language. It's Go. The Go language, where you have an unused variable, it flags this as a compilation issue. You cannot have unused variables in Go. So whenever you're fiddling with the code, trying to test something else, Go will do everything it can to make you slower. Not only you have to do this kind of update of all signatures when you rename a function, but actually renaming is simple. Changing the argument is the hard. But also when you just stop using a variable, yes, you get another error. You have to delete this code, and then when you want to use it again, you have to kind of restore it somehow from somewhere.
I prefer screech over yell. But yeah,
TP Chica says,
Var.
Oh yeah,
Something var.
this is nice. I didn't know about that. Yeah, I haven't wrote a Go, I guess, in a while. Since yesterday. But yeah, thanks.
It's unused.
Nixifydev says,
this was an annoyance I had when I tried Rust way back. It felt like small experiments were very punishing.
Yeah. Rust is good if you know what you want to write. If you're experimenting, it's not the best playground.
that's great. Let's illustrate what we just said in a diagram. When does the error stop the program from executing? Early or late?
TP Chica says,
Assembly does not care about anything.
They are all
Yeah, you could argue that assembly is a dynamic language.
and then on the right,
You can even write a polymorphic code that will generate assembly
out of bounds or
while it's executing.
that occur only when they happen.
Modulo instruction cache lines.
Variables
Right.
that don't clearly belong to either side. Depending on the language, those are caught either before running, like in C#, or at runtime, like in JavaScript. But here is an insight. There's actually two dimensions. The other dimension is, when does the computer tell you about the error? Early or late? All languages today seem to fall into opposing quadrants. Static languages tell you early and force you to fix it early. And dynamic languages tell you late and don't force you to fix it until late. I said before it can harm your productivity if you're forced to fix a lot of errors.
Knight says,
Hey everyone.
At all.
Odd.
And
In that sense, the right side is better. The static languages help you refactor with confidence because they tell you about the error early. There's no harm in that. Earlier is better. There's an empty quadrant here that would be useful. We can imagine a language that tells you about errors as early as possible.
Yeah, this is
It
cool.
doesn't force you to fix them early.
It's like
So I
linters
propose that
try
a
to do
language
this.
should let you choose which quadrant to put these arrows in. So while you're experimenting, you set the language to be lenient. And when you want to finalize your feature, you reconfigure the language to be strict and you clean up. This concept with two modes is a bit similar to debug builds and release builds. So I've implemented that to prove that it's possible. I've implemented it in a toy language.
Nexifidev says,
This is kinda what Luau does as well. You can change the strictness of the typing.
This should be enough as a proof of concept. I've imitated the layout of Visual Studio Code here. So here is my code. And when debugging, here are the variables. Here's a call stack view, and here is the output. I have the same program as before. Let's run this. I get an error. Line 9, undefined variable planet. Yeah, because I misspelled it. But check this out. If there are static errors, don't run. Let's click the arrow here and change to if there are static errors, warn, run anyway. So let's try it now. Start. Now it ran. It printed hello world. But we still got a yellow warning at planet. So the compiler doesn't have to be completely silent about these problems that it sees. And I think that's really helpful. So my suggested workflow is that while we're actively iterating on something, we should use warn run anyway. And experiment with that draw circle function and break all the other call sites and run our code anyway. Then before shipping or on our build server or before merging a pull request, use the don't run option. So I could end here. But I also implemented a few other features that really take the convenience to the next level.
Yeah, this is what I'm interested in. He said running from the middle of the code.
Broken code, this tool would speed up our iteration, but it's still annoying to test. I have to log in with username and password, then I have to navigate some menus and enter some data to get to the code I'm working on. It's hard to reach. And in my test I notice a bug. Then stop the program, change the code, and then run again from the start. Log in again, navigate some menus again. Tedious. Sure, we could change the code to make it more easily testable. That would save time in the long run, but it costs time to set up initially. So instead, we often suffer through the slow testing over and over again. Wouldn't it be great if we could just say, run from this line? So I implemented that. Click a line number in the left margin to set the start point. If I start from this line, we print drawing, and then we try to print radius. But since we started from down here, we never executed this line above, where radius was defined. So we don't have that variable. We get the runtime error, undefined variable radius. Of course, this kind of error will happen a lot, so then what? We should have a chance to fix it. Look in the variables and values box in the top left. Currently, we only have one variable, radius, but its type is unknown and it has no value. This message says that when execution reached line 115, we try to read the variable radius, but we haven't yet visited its declaration at line 112. If you enter a valid value for the undeclared variable, you can continue. Here's the input box, so I can write, for example, 7. You'll see the color here change from red to green to show that the problem is solved. So if I type that and hit enter, now it's going to continue executing. So now it prints radius, so that works. Then it stops on the draw circle call, because functions can be reassigned in this language, and then happily draws the circle. What if there's a lot of undefined variables? It still seems tedious to manually enter a lot of variables every run. It should be possible to reuse a value from previous runs. When we ran the program normally from the start, all the variables got values assigned. But normally in most editors' languages, as soon as we stop the program, all that data is gone. But what if we save that and reuse it? Then, when I start from this line and reach any undefined variable, my prototype will automatically suggest the value it had last time. This idea isn't fully developed yet. Currently, I still have to press enter once per variable. This is still tedious. You probably want a load everything button, but for that it has to be trustworthy. Currently it doesn't always do the right thing. The prototype has a single snapshot from the old run and simply matches up old.
Would be nice if you could pin value, if not found.
The code has
Yeah.
changed a lot, or if you start from a very different line. A future version could be more intelligent and reliable. Also, here we got an error when we reached edge-char, because we hadn't executed this line this run. But with a bit more static analysis, you could totally see that edge-char is always going to be equal to x. There's no other option. In that case, the debugger shouldn't even stop here. It should just immediately see that edge-char is supposed to be x and move on. I think this start running from line feature would really help me iterate faster when working on something deep inside a stateful program. That's it. That's all I wanted to show. You can play with the prototype on my web. Also,
Actually,
here we go.
I do wonder, this definitely, it's super cool. But I think it works because the functions, they don't really have many side effects. If some variable was initialized as with a function that also produces a side effect, like allocating a memory, then I guess, yeah, it would be kind of harder to all of this.
That's all I wanted to show. You can play with the prototype on my web.
Yeah, the complexity of it can explode. But this might let you create skeleton functions to quickly iterate.
Yeah.
Because, of course, I needed some language to build my features in. The language in my prototype is based on locks from this book, Crafting Interpreters by Robert Nystrom. If you've never made a language before, which I had not, it was a great introduction, so I warmly recommend this. I'm not using exactly locks. I started from it, and then I changed the semantics a bit. As you saw, my prototype runs in a web browser, so of course I wanted locks implemented in JavaScript. Rather than implementing it myself, I found this JavaScript implementation of locks here by David H. Friedman. Then I changed it a lot, but you provided the starting point. Big thanks to David and Robert. If you found this thought-provoking, please comment. Did it give you any new insights? Can you improve on these ideas? What would make it even better? Look beyond the false dilemmas and the eternally raging debates of the programming world. Think constructively. What are the pros and cons of both sides, and can they approach each other?
Yeah. The big takeaway from his presentation, I really like the diagram that he showed where he divided this whole space into 4 quadrants, because it really shows that we really want to use top right quadrant a lot during experimentation and the bottom right a lot during actual execution.
Don't just design new languages. Design new IDE features too, and let them go hand in hand. And don't be afraid of implementation complexity for the language or the IDE. It's worth it, because millions of people are going to use it. And Share the ideas openly.
That was a nice video. Oh yeah, I noticed the link. Check this out. It says Windows Age, and before looking, I remember we talked about having like a Windows header that could work outside of Windows as well. Header. I wonder, aren't those structs defined by Windows.h? Okay, so if we are on Windows, then we are including Windows. If we are outside, oh yeah. Now this is amazing. Yeah.
Else block pot tie. Financial.
I love it. It's kind of perfect. It's exactly what... Is there some implementation here? What's that? Just some empty signatures so that the Windows version, so that Linux version can link properly. Maybe they are not even necessary. I think if we use const and make sure they are never called, I don't even think we need those dummy implementations.
CP Chica says,
Stubs are each in its own C translation unit, so compiler can strip the symbols out of binary. Contival would be better here.
What do we have? That's another nice library. Guess somebody knows how to use SD format. I don't know, but this is how you pass arguments to the format string. Really nice. Can we use this? Definitely do like this. Windows H in particular is perfect. This is it's something that could allow me to disable the preprocessor macros around Windows code, and that would show me the type errors when I'm developing it. So even when running on Windows, I would be able to see like half of the errors that are actually bringing the Windows build down. I keep forgetting about them.
Nixify-dev says,
We use similar template arg forwarding to go from type erased packets to being able to fetch metadata to refetch the actual packet type. So we can pass full types into callbacks for each packet. Such an awesome feature. Couldn't imagine that in feature. Couldn't awesome feature until 1720.
CP Chica says,
I had just noticed I can put constexpr in front of a certimple cheator to enforce evaluation of CD. Format string and count time at whether I...
Yeah, I pull this. And the dynamic typing probably as well. You also had this dynamic typing library. That's another thing I need to integrate. This. Right now, let's do this. I want to do the following. I will get rid of those things. Close this. Automat now can cleanly shut down. It's so impressive when it closes without bugs. I want to use this as a simple example. I want to sync the state of monitoring with this boolean. I know I can just do it like that. And now, but now it's pressing the button. I want to sync it to the monitoring. Enable and disable this. So that this starts or stops, depending on the state of this thing. The first thing in flip-flop here, I think we need to implement the as on off. Enable live object. Okay. Now it implements the interface. Is this going to compile? I think it will. Oh no, I need to implement all those functions. Is on. will be the contents. Turn off. I think I could get rid of this argument here. Not super confident about this though. Is it still working? Something is wrong here. Yeah. This is mixed up. Synchronization. Let's do synchronization. Yeah, I think if I do synchronization, then we will not need... Maybe this whole object is not going to be needed anymore once synchronization is working. I would select monitoring, sync, and just connect it to something. We are back here. menu action contains a widget. Pointer get widget is the parent. I see. What do I need to provide? Shape. I need to provide shape. Only shape. This is the only function I need to implement. That's just suspicious. Okay, the widget is just going to draw a black circle. I just want to see how it behaves. I don't see our circle anywhere. Think. Oh yeah, it needs to return widget get. Oh yeah, it's drawn here. Apparently pointer uses global coordinate space. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So when I drag this creates a new widget, which is apparently attached at the origin, the start of everything. And what I really want, I mean, it's fine. And just set the position to this, the position of this. So this update is going to be called every frame. So to actually draw this, I have this pointer, but it doesn't tell me where the on-off thingy is located on screen. I'm not sure if I will figure this out. I can definitely track the current pointer position. I could enable this highlighting. I know there is a little bit of code in Automat to do the highlighting for the connections. This sort of highlighting. I could use it. I think it has to be. I think it should be implemented, this sync connection, as a regular connection object. The connections, they don't really work that great for fields right now. would require a rethinking of how fields work, how connections with fields work. I think I will have to think about this. I don't know how to phrase this.
772 says,
What is a weak pointer?
There's something that becomes useful when you have a concurrent code. Because if you have concurrent code that does something and you have one thread that contains pointer to something, you don't really know whether any other thread has deleted it. Because when this is deleted, the thread which deletes it would have to pause everything and clear all of the pointers. So weak pointers are sort of a workaround this issue. They work by creating a separate block of memory where everybody points, so that when an object is released, the thread which releases the pointer can only update this single control block. And this control block says that object has been deleted. It's for concurrent memory releasing. If your language does garbage collection, it doesn't need it. Garbage collection is another, probably even better way to solve this. That's arguable though. Depends on the situation. So if I have a pointer to something, if this is a weak pointer, then I don't really have a full pointer. If it's there, then I can convert a weak pointer into a regular pointer. But if somebody deleted it, the conversion will fail. And the conversion is called locking. I think there is something similar in Rust. Maybe. So something like arc. Yeah. Yep. Kind of how it works. It's a fun primitive. This thing with connections, this is something maybe we should fix this.
I have a graduate level algorithms exam in 4 hours.
This is like my favorite class out of everything at the university that was algorithms.
I'm cooked because I didn't bother to study, working on other projects.
Nixify Dev says.
Sounds like you've got a passed exam in 5 hours, eh?
Yeah, data structures and algorithms, it's like you don't use them daily, but they are like kind of ninjutsu of programming. This is what allows you to solve complex problems in like very unintuitive and incredibly efficient ways. During my
772 says.
I'll talk to the professor to see if I can submit a paper instead.
written with ChatGPT. When I was having my kind of master's exam, like this is the final exam of a university where you submit your master thesis and you also have to pass an exam. There was a professor in the room. He is a Ukrainian guy who was a very significant person. He was like contributing to the field of dynamic programming. Dynamic programming, not as in dynamic programming languages, but in algorithms. There is a class of techniques called dynamic programming.
CP Chica says.
Wait, you have added username pronunciation. Let me update mine.
Yeah. And he actually asked me about his specialty. So he asked me, first they asked some very like basic thing about some graph search issue. And I wanted to kind of shine. So I said, by the way, graph search is a dynamic programming problem because it satisfies, this property. Like dynamic programming requires a problem to have the solution of a problem to be expressible as a combination of solutions of subproblems. It has to have this optimal substructure property. And he said, oh yeah, that's true, but what else do dynamic problems need to have? And that left me kind of so confused. He didn't answer this. He didn't tell me. I had no idea what was that. No book actually says about this, tells anything about this.
Now I should be Meister.
772 says.
Also, the subproblems repeat, not just as a combination of subproblems.
So, my guess during the exam, I remember it was that the subproblems need to be indexable by discrete numbers. That it cannot be a continuous space, right? Because in dynamic programming, you kind of need to parameterize a problem by a set of numbers. And it doesn't work if they are continuous, if they are real. And so I said that you need to tabularize, the solution in a table. It's like another way to say the same thing, essentially. And then he asked me, okay, but do you know any dynamic programming problem where there is no table, where you do not tabularize? And I don't know. after you have like a dynamic problem, you can usually inverse it so that you compute it from the back. So you don't, the table can kind of be eliminated. You often need just a single solution. So you can just kind of have a single solution. You can upgrade it until you get the final solution for a big complex problem. Yeah. I'm still thinking to this day about this exam and what he had in mind that time.
Meister Chica says,
I think username pronunciation is either broken or it can't have spaces.
It said Meister Chica. I think it works. Nice. It cannot have more than 100 characters. This is the limit.
So spaces are forbidden.
No, I don't think so. Let me see. Where will this be? I guess in web server.
"772 says,
I think the answer is that the same subproblems repeat themselves over and over again as a component of different larger subproblems.
Possibly, but that guy was on a different level. He was probably referring to something that only people who actually, from his field will know.
That's the reason not all recursive problems are dynamic programmings.
Yeah, that could be what you're saying. That could be the thing. Yeah.
Meister Chica says,
Debugging in prod. My pronunciation has space in it.
772 says,
No, that's the answer for sure, Lowell. I know DP well.
You sound like you can pass this exam easily.
But I'm still cooked because I didn't resign things.
Meister Chica says,
Spaces work. God.
Yeah. Like, there is a chance that they might not work because half of this code was written by AI. But yeah, this is the only limitation. There is also some JavaScript. There are just kind of two types of problems, graph and dynamic programming problems on exams, and maybe some number theory.
We all debug in prod sometimes. Just look at Linux kernel.
"772 says,
CP Chica. Look at Microsoft Windows 2.
Meister Chica says.
Windows and kernel can't be debugged in prod. It will crash Linux. Kernel does that other hand. It just tries to run.
Yeah, the kernel even has, I think, some GDB protocol support, right? So you can connect with GDB to the kernel. There are some custom mechanisms for this, I remember.
772 says.
Windows and kernel tries to debug by restarting for updates whenever we're working on something important.
Okay, I think next stream we are going to do some refactoring of how connections work. The goal is to get rid of connections from location.
Meister Chica says.
Speaking of exams, I have one anecdote from my last kernel architecture exam.
Go on.
"772 says.
Kernel architecture course? That sounds like a bespoke course. Nice. I'm becoming like the billionaire in the TV show Silicon Valley, urging kids not to go to college and instead self-learn things.
Meister Chica says.
Question. Given this, it was Linux.
URL.
Can this be implemented as web technology? Answer. Where does OS begin and where to end?
Nixifydef says.
I'm self-taught. Started when I was 8 in WoW, emulation. Now I'm 26, writing my own MMBG. Still stuck in the same place I started LOL.
Meister Chica says.
Professor, well, you outsmarted me there.
Through natural selection.
772 says,
The only formalism we need is the theory of learning. Rest everything falls in place automatically. Although I'm still going to send my kids to elementary school. Because I could be horribly wrong, little pal.
Meister Chica says,
Because technically speaking, if you have, say, sort of real-time API over any protocol, if you build your software right and with correct functionality and architecture, it will become operating system.
Yeah, like just like Emacs, right? There is those kernel drivers. I guess this is one component which is very hard to replace.
We all know Emacs is Linux too.
772 says,
Emacs with pixel buffers vs code.
Yeah. Right, I got to go. Next time, we haven't finished this, but we have a big refactoring ahead of us. I don't know if this will happen during a single stream. It will be nice if it's successful. There is going to be a lot of experimentation next time. Getting rid of connections, pretty much. Like all of Automat is based on those cables, and they need to kind of start working differently. Okay. See you next time. Bye bye.
See ya all.